Welcome back. I'm Laura Petrecka, and we are in the center of USA Today's newsroom. We call this area the Hub. As you can see, journalists are hard at work here. They're doing everything such from checking state-by-state results, to checking social media trends, to updating our app, our website, and our own social media that we're putting out via USA Today. USA Today's Virginia newsroom is one of more than 100 across the country that make up our USA Today network. We all work collaboratively, and later on tonight, we'll be going to our newsroom in that all-important swing state of Florida. But first, let's check in with my co-host, Marco Della Cava, on the latest results.
Laura, good to see you again. I hope you didn't have too long a walk there. Now we're getting deeper into election night 2016, and the results keep flying in. Voting stopped at least an hour ago in some of the key states like Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, and North Carolina. So if we take a look at the map here, what do we see? Hillary Clinton actually just pulling ahead of Donald Trump, 68 electoral votes to 66. Let's see what sort of states went to her. She's got Vermont. That was the first state she got. She got New Jersey, and Massachusetts went to Clinton as well. So did Rhode Island. New York, not called yet. For Donald Trump, you've got states like Oklahoma and Mississippi. Let's see, Mississippi, yes, and South Carolina and Indiana as well. Of course, Governor Pence's state. So we'll keep an eye on this, obviously, and keep you posted as things go along.
Thanks, Marco. I'm very happy to welcome to the set Susan Page. Susan is our Washington, D.C. bureau chief, has covered lots of political news, has interviewed the last 8 presidents. Marco, let's go over here and join Susan. Hi.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
It's great to be with you.
So you've interviewed the last 8 presidents.
I
You've
have.
interviewed Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, and covered, is it 10 political?
This is my 10th campaign.
So what about this one? Give us your insights. Is this one surprising to you? What's really different about it compared to all the others that you've covered?
You know, it has been different than the others. It's been more sharply negative. It's been defined mostly by attack and counterattack. I've never covered an election where we've done less with issues like the debt or what to do about entitlements or foreign policy. This has been a campaign that's centered on the contention by each side that the other candidate is unfit for the job. And I think that we see the results of that in the exit polls tonight, looking at what voters say in surveys as they left polling places. What percentage of Americans do you think say both these candidates are trustworthy?
I would think it'd be a large, trustworthy.
How many are trustworthy?
Small, very small.
2%. 2% of Americans say both of these people are trustworthy. We find pretty low levels of enthusiasm, even for the candidate you're voting for. 4 years ago, 2/3 of voters told us they strongly favored the candidate they voted for. This time it's about 4 in 10.
Wow.
Wow.
Now, do you think that's a new norm for American politics, or is this really a one-off and will somehow reset?
So that's a great question. I do think our politics has gotten fiercer, more partisan, and so in that way, this might just be an example of what we ought to expect in the years ahead. But I also think these 2 candidates were open to attack in a way that other candidates might not have been. Hillary Clinton's been on the scene for a long time. Even people who strongly support her may have questions about some of about her honesty and trustworthiness, about the email controversy that's dogged her this past year. Donald Trump, of course, a new sort of candidate, but I don't think we should assume that Donald Trump is the last time we'll have seen a candidate that comes in as a celebrity candidate, not through the traditional experience in politics and government. That may be one of the things that's a new normal.
Well, I was wondering too, almost no matter who wins, how hard will it be to govern?
I think it's going to be tough for whoever wins this election tonight, because the suspicion on the other side is so strong. One of the things asked in the exit polls was for the 4 emotions. If the other candidate is elected, will you feel excited, scared, concerned? And there's a second one that's a positive one. which I can't remember now. But the number one emotion that people feel on both sides if the other person wins is scared. I think that makes it. It's going to make it a challenge, I think, for a new president to try to unite the nation. And traditionally we have a kind of a lift for a new president, right? They get elected, even people who didn't vote for that person says, oh, we need to unite as a country. And maybe it doesn't last very long, but there is a kind of a period of good feeling. I don't know if we're going to see that this year.
Now, Susan, I wanted to ask you about a story that you recently wrote in which you said women define this election period. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
So it's not just we had the first female nominee of a major party in Hillary Clinton, although that is a big development and something that's gotten less attention than you might have expected. It's also that one of the swing groups that's been most important in this election are college-educated white women. Since 1952, we've been able to look at the demographics of the vote because that's when exit polling came in a serious way. Since 1952, college-educated white women have always voted for the Republican candidate for president. That's not true this year. They're voting for Hillary Clinton this year, mostly because they've been concerned about the rhetoric, the language that Donald Trump has used. So that is another way in which women have been crucial in this election. And there's a third way. It seems to me the number one issue we've talked about, sexual harassment. It's been an issue both sides have used. It's been perhaps the most difficult issue Donald Trump has had to deal with, especially since the release of that Access Hollywood video. And it's been a sign of an unwillingness to accept sexual harassment that might have been just laughed off in the past or not taken seriously. And that's a change that I think we see not just in politics. We've seen it in sports and in academia and in the business world, in journalism. There's just a changed attitude that we've really seen reflected in this campaign.
I'm wondering, Susan, to what degree you're surprised by how the tone has changed in terms of what it takes to actually take somebody down a peg. In other words, it seems like the bar has been raised. I mean, when Michael Dukakis put a funny helmet on, that seemed to be the end. That was the end of his campaign, or Willie Horton. Here you have something like the Access Hollywood tape, probably would have doomed many a candidate a few decades back. Donald Trump keeps going on. Does that say something about him or about the country?
Well, it says something about him that he didn't feel, often has not apologized for things other candidates might have apologized for. Sometimes he's doubled down. For instance, on saying John McCain wasn't a war hero. That was maybe an early example of something that we thought, this is unbelievable. Nobody can say that. And yet he not only said it, but he refused to back off it. And he was able to do that because he maintained his core support. And we see his core support among white men who do not have a college degree. That's really, we see in the exit polls, that is the core of Donald Trump's support. This is a group that once was part of the Democratic coalition. When FDR forged that big Democratic coalition, it included white working class men. But in this election, by 3-1, they're voting for Donald Trump. And I think have been drawn by his complaint that the system's rigged against them, that powerful economic interests have cost them their jobs, their hope for a middle class life, that they've been left behind. So that has been one of the reasons he's been able to go on, is because his core supporters have stuck with him.
So it's interesting, we talked about white middle-aged men. I'm wondering about millennials, because they seem to be voting for Hillary Clinton this time around. What's the appeal?
Millennials overwhelmingly are voting for Hillary Clinton. I think that there are some issues on which millennials can be conservative or liberal. Millennials are not a monolithic group, but they do share certain values, including diversity as a value for millennials. The environment is another issue we see millennials very broadly believe in, and I think Donald Trump has repelled a lot of millennials, voters under 35, with some of his rhetoric. It's been interesting. When Donald Trump came out when he launched his campaign, and he talked about Mexican immigrants as being rapists and criminals, that hurt him with Latino voters. Right. That's been important. That hurt him with white college-educated women who found that offensive, and that also hurt him with millennials. So in some way, this election got defined from that very first event that he had.
And to what degree, you mentioned Latinos, are Hispanics defining this election? You have Arizona, traditionally Republican. Who knows tonight? The newspaper, the Arizona Republic, endorsing Hillary Clinton, getting death threats for it. But a lot of that momentum seems on the backs of Hispanics who are voting. Perhaps Florida as well. We'll see. But talk a little bit about the reshaping of the country in that sense?
You know, the rise, Latinos are the fastest growing minority group in the United States, but they haven't voted at the rates of other parts of our electorate. Non-Hispanic whites and blacks both vote at significantly higher rates than Latinos. Just 48% of Latinos voted voting eligible Latinos voted in 2012. But it looks like that has changed this year. Early voting in Florida and Nevada show much higher rates of Latino participation. And look at what that does. It changes the electoral map because it means states like, you know, it was not too long ago that Colorado was considered a Republican state. It is now considered a Democratic state in part because it has a lot of college-educated voters and because it also has a lot of Latinos. The same is true of New Mexico and Nevada. Those are states that are now pretty reliably Democratic, in part because of the rise of Latinos. And if you look down the road a little bit, you might see a state like Arizona or Texas becoming Democratic because of the changing demographic nature.
You know, I've got to ask you one thing because we have you here, sort of our resident White House scholar, I would say. Do you think that the view and the perception of the presidency has taken a hit as a result of this campaign, and can we bring it back to sort of that Camelot level at some point somehow?
And I'm going to piggyback on that.
Yeah.
Can we do this in the day and age of social media?
Yeah. You know, it's been hard. It's like every institution in America has taken a hit. That's the presidency, it's the news media, it's the FBI has taken a hit in this election. Faith in the ability to have our votes fairly counted is you know, there's more suspicion now than there was before. And I think this is of great concern, kind of this erosion of faith in big institutions. And some of it is deserved. There have been investigations that showed scandals and that cost people support. But it's fundamental in a democracy that you have some faith in institutions to be fair and to look out for your interest and to have your interests at heart. So we'll see. Now, I will say that we have a president who's now served 2 terms. His approval rating in Gallup is now 56%. That is a pretty healthy approval rating. You know, he leaves office not having been scarred by scandal, whether you agree with his policies or not. Not really an administration that's had a major scandal. So maybe Barack Obama has done something to build faith, at least in his own presidency, but this new president's going to have a tough time.
Well, I'm guessing, too, that you will be interviewing whoever the next president is.
I hope so.
Yeah. So I'm wondering what questions that would come to mind to a President Trump and for a President Clinton.
You know, I think if you were interviewing either one of them tomorrow morning, you'd say, what can you do to bring the country together?
And I'm also wondering, for the Republicans out there, what they can do to get back those college-educated white women.
And will they hold the non-college educated white men that they gained?
Yeah.
I mean, we see changes in both electorates. And if Republicans keep the voters that were drawn there by Donald Trump, whether or not Donald Trump stays, let's say maybe he'll win the presidency, he'll be president, but if he loses the presidency, will they hold on to his voters? And what will that mean to the parties? How do the parties get redefined by these changing coalitions? Those are going to be important questions, and I think we're going to see some real divisions, a real debate in the Republican Party about what it stands for.
Will people start looking to 2020 as soon as tomorrow, or is that too early, do you think?
Let's hope not.
Yeah.
Right? Let's get through this count. Let's get a new president inaugurated before we launch immediately into the next campaign.
We all need a break.
We all need a break, right? Marco and I earlier decided to breathe in and breathe out throughout the evening. Susan, thank you for your time. It's always a pleasure to talk with you.
Thanks for coming. Great. Well, Susan, it's really great to have you here. It's always fantastic to get that invaluable insights into the presidency from a veteran like you.
And as we continue our coverage tonight, we're going to go to other USA Today network spots. We're going to have live video, and Marco and I will also be back at the top of each hour. And Susan, I think we're going to have you back again at 11, hopefully.
Okay, great.
Oh, good.
Great. Well, we'll leave you with a video that looks at Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump's battle for the Sunshine State, that being the important state of Florida. So
we'll see you back here at 10.
Terrific.
Hello, Miami. Hello, Tampa.
We are going to win the great state of Florida, and we are going to win back in the White House.
In other elections, we've covered local campaign stops by presidential candidates here in Naples, who often are here because there's a lot of donors here in this town. There's a lot of money in Naples, and a lot of candidates often stump at private dinner parties and whatnot, trying to raise funds for their candidacy. What was different about this election for us is that we traveled outside of the Naples area, representing the USA Today network, and we began to see more of how the rest of the state is covered by each candidate, about how the candidates play towards everyday people versus some of the money that they go after here in the Naples area.
It is my honor to present to you the next President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
What a crowd, beautiful.
It has been a grueling 2.5 months of coverage of the presidential race, but always fun here in Florida. Both candidates have spent an extraordinary amount of time here. One of the first things that Clinton did is she actually announced her running mate, Governor Tim Kaine, with her at a rally in Miami at, towards the end of July.
Hey guys, thank you. Hello, Miami.
In retrospect, this seems like it was a strategic move on her behalf. Tim Kaine speaks Spanish. This was at the Florida International University. There were a lot of Hispanics at that rally. And today, Clinton is carrying the Hispanic vote very well. The candidates had these very different campaign styles that evolved over the course of their elections. On September 1st, all of Florida was basically reporting on the story that Hillary Clinton has 50 field offices, Donald Trump has 1. Field offices in Florida are important because they signify some kind of ground game. Races are always very tight. Barack Obama carried 2012 with less than 80,000 votes in the state, so who you turn out to vote really does matter. Donald Trump's ground game never really developed over the course of the election. The RNC said that they were implementing a ground game on his behalf, that they had been doing this for years after Governor Mitt Romney's defeat in 2012, but we never really saw a lot of evidence of that materialize.
At the Naples Daily News, we often covered the campaign stops in Miami and in Tampa, a couple of the stops in Orlando, but we also relied on our sister papers in Fort Myers and Pensacola and Tallahassee and the Treasure Coast and Florida Today papers to also help us cover the entire state. And it gave us a very broad but localized view of what each candidate was doing in the state.
Marco Della Cava back from the USA Today Network headquarters. Wanted to give you another quick look at our map, quick update. Right now we've got Donald Trump ahead of Hillary Clinton with 129 Electoral College votes. Let's take a look at what states he's picked up. They include North Dakota with 3, Wyoming with 3. Big states, not that many people in them. South Dakota with 3, Nebraska with 5, Kansas with 6, the great and big state of Texas, 38, Oklahoma 7, and Arkansas 6, and then a few of the southern states, Mississippi and Alabama with 6 and 9 respectively. He's also picked up South Carolina with 9, Tennessee with 11, Kentucky with 8, and West Virginia with 5. That compares to Hillary Clinton, who got her own home state of New York, 29. Vermont was the first state she picked up with 3, and she's got Massachusetts with 11, New Jersey with 14, Maryland with 10, Delaware with 3. Now the big states we're waiting on include, well, she's also got Illinois, where she was raised, with 20. Meanwhile, Florida, that's the big state that hangs in the balance. Let's drill down a little bit on Florida here by clicking on Florida. And let's see, we've got Trump ahead 49% to 48. That's 4.4 million votes to Hillary Clinton's 4.3. If we look at the counties reporting, it looks like all the counties have reported in. A lot of red here, but obviously in the more populous part of this Panhandle state down near Miami, Palm Beach County, Broward County, Miami-Dade County, those look like they're leaning toward Hillary Clinton. So let's see, we've got, well, in different counties, you've got 59% of the votes reporting in. Let's see. Well, it still remains, no, 100% there, 48% here. Well, a lot of counties seem to have reported in, so who knows? Donald Trump could end up taking Florida, but it has not officially been called by the Associated Press. Well, thanks for checking in with us. We will obviously keep you posted, and check in with us again at the top of the hour when we'll get back to our live show. Thanks for watching.
Broward might not be enough.
I would think the Panhandle would.
That's only going to drum up those numbers for Trump, right?
Yeah, Okaloosa,
But if
Santa Rosa.
Broward.
Here we go.
Hi there, I'm Jeff Burlew. I'm a senior writer with the Tallahassee Democrat. That's part of the USA Today network, and we're here in the state capital of Florida, Tallahassee. I'm with some great panelists here. To my right is Cynthia Henderson. She's a former state agency head under former Governor Jeb Bush and a local attorney. John Osmond is the longest-serving Democratic National Committee member in Florida history. To his right is Fernita Tolson. She's a professor of voting rights at the Florida State University College of Law. And at the end is Gary Jordan. He is a political consultant, media guru, and host of the Usual Suspects talk show. It looks like Donald Trump is up in Florida by about 140,000 votes. Are you all surprised by that at all? The polling showed Hillary with maybe a 3-point lead in Florida, and that may not be turning out to be true.
I'm not surprised. If you look at any of the rallies that were happening around the state, you looked at the enthusiasm around the state. I've never seen anything like it in the 20-plus years I've been doing it. People were genuinely giddy at his rallies. In Little Tallahassee, with 2 days' notice, there were 10,000 people that showed up with signs. We passed out 4,000 signs in less than 1 hour. And it was the same excitement that I saw people when they go through the gates of Disney World. Mm-hmm. Where is he? Where is he? And it was so diverse. Men, women, young, older, veterans, college kids coming from all the way from Alabama and all these other states. That was with 2 days' notice. Right. So I would have been surprised had it been otherwise.
And those crowds, really, we have to say, we've had visits by Vice President Biden. President Clinton's been here a couple times. Tim Kaine. Trump's crowds were far bigger than any of those.
But I don't think, I'm sorry, I don't think any campaign should take Florida for granted, though. I mean, 2000 did happen here, right? And so I think from that, the lesson to be learned is that Florida really is one might even say 3 states in one in terms of the makeup of the electorate. And so you really do have to appeal to very diverse swaths of the state in order to pull it off. And so I don't think either of the campaigns really thought that Florida would be a walk in the park, and I think both knew it would be close.
Right. Florida's a work in progress. I mean, it's changing on a daily basis with registration, and that's where the war was, in registering new voters who were brown, new voters who were white. I mean, and both Republicans and Democrats were just scrambling to hit those numbers. And I talked earlier today with Clinton's number 2 person here in Florida who said, I really don't have any idea. It's razor close. Right. And they knew it was going to be about new registration. That was going to be the issue.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, John?
Most of the counties are in. Probably about 58 of our counties have reported 100%. We have 4 counties that we need to watch very carefully. 2 are Okaloosa County and Santa Rosa County, which are in the Panhandle part, with big military bases and presence in there. They're only 50% reported in each. Another county is Suwannee County, that Trump was up by 9,000 votes, and that's only 50% in. That's in north central Florida. And the last county is Broward County, that has about 2/3 of the vote in, but has already given several 100,000 net votes to Hillary Clinton. I'm not sure there's enough votes out there to make up 140,000, even when Broward comes in. Mm-hmm. So it may well be that Trump's going to carry the state.
And are you surprised to be saying that?
Yes, but remember when you were talking earlier about the polls being up a couple points, remember those polls are plus or minus 3 or 4 points.
Sure.
So they're basically statistically tied polls, and there were some that Trump was actually up as well.
But how could anybody be surprised at anything that's happened in the last 9 months? Well, I mean that's kind of where this is. Right. I had a column that ran 2 weeks ago that said, thank goodness the Trump clown car had finally crashed. Well, it hasn't.
Well, but when everybody doesn't, what they don't talk about is the excitement that Trump brought to voters that otherwise weren't voting, that were staying at home. And that was the independents. That was, we were going to have the diehard Democrats on this side. You're going to have the diehard Republicans on this side, regardless who the candidate. So both sides knew they needed to target to the middle. And he was the perfect person to do that with the TV personality and the, I'm not beholden to anyone type of attitude. So that's what he went after, whether you liked his message or you didn't.
That's true.
You noticed him.
But I wonder if the Comey letter came out just as people were going to early vote in Florida. And I just wonder if that did any, if that played a role, if that dampened Democratic enthusiasm or sort of revved up Republicans.
That probably had an impact, but remember the exit polls are showing that people want a strong leader, and they're perceiving Trump as that strong leader. And a majority of those people who are answering that way, which was a plurality of people answering the exit polls, were voting for Trump.
And I know Florida looms large. I mean, we're in Florida, but frankly, she doesn't need it. He needs it, right? And so I'm really interested to see what happens in North Carolina and Ohio tonight. I think that it may be a different conversation in a few hours. The only thing we know right now is that we're in for a long night.
Well, but some people were saying we might be in for a short night earlier, and that's turned out to be a longer night, right?
Well, the Cubs did win the
let me just say, we're down 5 points in Ohio. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I'm just, it's that kind of upside down year where everything guys like you and I talk about just aren't. I mean, we've been saying this, waiting for this thing to blow up for a year, and here we are. And so, when I sit and I just think that there is at least a chance on election night that Donald Trump could be the president of the United States, it's a statement that's just so foreign to logic for me that it's hard to deal with.
But that's exactly why it's happening.
Maybe.
Because everyone's tired of the expectation of the, old school that ran everything and nothing's happening in Washington. They want a leader out there, regardless of whether you agree with him, which I don't think his persona is, as president will be the same as he sees on TV for election. But when you see people that can, get people around, they're a lot different than the people you see behind the scenes, the corporate executive that runs an office and that sort of thing. He had to get attention, and there's nobody who controls TV like he does in getting the message out. And I think the normal people, all of us in the campaigns that have worked it, that think about it, they all anticipated something different, and they didn't anticipate the impact that he has on controlling the media. And he did in a lot of ways that other candidates just dreamed about doing.
And I'd love to be watching the owner of the Washington Post right now, Bezos, what he's thinking right now, because Jennifer Rubin with the Washington Post and all those guys, Sargent up there, have just been dumping on Trump for months. And now they may have to eat him as president.
So if Trump does win Florida, what do you think the keys to his victory were? Maybe that's too hypothetical, but
well, no, I do think it was a registration game. Well, the numbers in Florida are razor close. They've been razor close for years. I mean, they're razor close in gubernatorial elections. I mean, nobody wins by more than 50K here, and so it's just the new I-4 corridor and the registration of brown voters in that corridor. I think if Florida goes red, it's because the Republicans found a way to register people like they've never done before.
Well, they did the autopsy post the last election and said that we needed, not only to do the reach out, but we needed to get in there earlier, right? Our typical mode was get in 60 days before the election, say, hey, I'm with you, let's do it. But they had people early. Now, they did not have the ground game that the Democrats did. Clinton had an amazing campaign.
Still does.
Yes, she had the money. She had all the offices set up everywhere. So it's a little mystifying. It's mystifying that, he did not really have the traditional
It's not that mystifying.
Campaign
People
behind him.
really don't like her. I mean, they don't like her. Now, regardless if you agree with the email situation or not, the polls show it. She was significantly disliked, and I really do think that affected Donald Trump, people turning out for Donald Trump, even if they didn't necessarily like him. And so I don't know if she was able to overcome that persona.
No,
by
today
the
was the
time-
first day, and the first day I've ever voted for Hillary Clinton. I mean, in any race that she's been in where I had the opportunity to vote, I voted for the other person, always have. So I get it, you're right.
Yeah.
It looks like, well, Marco Rubio did defeat Patrick Murphy pretty handily earlier tonight, and he surprised there. The Democrats obviously pulled money out of the race, and
In what we do, there are signs. You know, we talked earlier that Tim Kaine came to town and Bill Clinton came. They came to town because they saw the numbers we were seeing. The Democrats pulled money out of Patrick Murphy's campaign because they saw the numbers. I mean, there are things that happen, and they're little things. Sometimes it's just the disclaimers you see at the bottom of the ads, and when it stops being some group and starts being another group, you go, okay, yeah, it's over. I mean, it was too high a hill to climb.
And when Dukakis pulled out in 1988 running against George Bush I, that was the end of Florida. He just got totally crushed in our state. And when you do run away from folks, you're dead. And people see that, and they go somewhere else.
And talking about signs, my mother, lifelong Democrat, everybody in my family, and when she said, oh, that Patrick Murphy, he's a crook. He doesn't tell the truth. That's when I thought, oh, Marco's going to do a lot better.
Or lifelong Democrat?
Lifelong Democrats.
That's a whole other interview.
Kennedy,
so you're
Democrat.
adopted. But those were pretty effective ads where they basically called him a liar, and I believe a third-party group was running those, but those were pretty effective attack ads. And Patrick Murphy had an ad up for a little while, the Marco Polo swimming pool ad. But
yeah, and it could be, I mean, it could be a generally bad night for Democrats in Florida, but I think marijuana passes.
Well, marijuana is passing.
With what, 71%? And you have to get the threshold of 60% in Florida.
That'll be the first. That'll be the first domino, and then.
So how soon before recreational marijuana passes?
Well, there's, I think, 9 states, and I think it's doing well in all 9 states.
Right.
I mean, it's, if it goes in California, it's one giant domino that lands on the rest of the country. I mean, if California, that's it. It'll just be a matter of time till it happens.
Great.
Reminiscent of when alcohol became.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I keep trying to tell myself. I think this is so horrible, but they probably felt that way when they passed the alcohol.
Think of the tax revenues we'll get out of it, though, for Florida.
I mean, look, it's a beautiful thing, and I got to tell you, the public is always ahead of the courts with marriage equality. I mean, I was sitting in a McDonald's in Central Missouri, and there were a couple of guys who were, when same-sex marriage came out of the Supreme Court, and they said, this is awesome. And I went, these are 2 guys sitting in Central Missouri with cat hats on, and they said, yeah, no, we don't care about who's on their wedding cake. If they can tell them what to do, the government can tell us what to do. I mean, Middle America had made that decision a long time ago. And I think with marijuana, I think the same things happen. I think America's kind of said, we really don't care. I mean, there's going to be groups who care, but I mean, generally as a population, I think it's just a matter of time till that happens.
Talking about the courts, I think one of the big things on the presidential that people were not looking as much as the candidates if they didn't like the candidates, but they did look at the other things that would happen down ticket or the Supreme Court selections and those sort of things. And I think that was weighing heavily on people's mind of the candidate. If they didn't like, necessarily either of the candidates, then they thought about what important decisions they would make.
Well, engagement is huge. And one of the other things that I haven't seen all the numbers, and this will be a real interesting one to crunch, but I think the down ballot races had higher percentages than they've had in years. So I think people were genuinely enthusiastic about not only national races, but their communities too.
So like
I'm not so sure about that, because in Leon County, the capital of Florida, in 2008, the turnout was 82%, and I think we finished at 76% today.
But when you look at voter turnout in Miami-Dade, it's up, and it's usually lower than most of the states. So I think the down ballot and so many races being on the ticket was very significant.
We also saw that shift in resources, too, though. The down ballot races got a lot more money.
And ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you all so much for coming on our show. We really appreciate it. Happy election night to everyone.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us this evening. There's more live election coverage coming right up, and we'll check in at USA Today headquarters in McLean, Virginia at the top of the hour.
Hi guys, this is David Jackson with USA Today, and we're in Donald Trump's election headquarters here in downtown New York City. An increasingly optimistic election headquarters, as you can hear. Trump is performing much better than many people expected. He's in a position to maybe perhaps pull this election out. Now, I should say that a couple hours ago, this was a pretty depressing place because there were exit polls suggesting that Mr. Trump wasn't doing very well in key states like Florida and North Carolina. Well, lo and behold, he outperformed the exit polls. He's actually leading in both states, and there's a decent chance he's going to take both of them. That's what the crowd's waiting anxiously for here. Now, we should point out that even if Trump prevails in Florida, North Carolina, and another big state, Ohio, he still has more work to do. He has to break through what we call the blue wall. Those would be Democratic states that the Republicans normally don't win. So Mr. Trump has high hopes in places like Iowa and Michigan and Colorado and Nevada, and those are the places that people around here are still very much waiting for. But it's been a much happier night here in Manhattan than a lot of Trump fans had hoped for just a few hours ago, and they're increasingly optimistic that their man's going to prevail. Now, one reason that Trump is doing better than expected is not so much the rural vote, which he expected to get, or the city vote, which he didn't expect to get. It's what they call the exurbs, and that's the areas between the suburbs and the city. Not quite a city, not quite a suburb. Trump is prevailing in those areas, and that's why he's doing so well in Florida and North Carolina, and those are two states that he absolutely has to have. So the crowd here is very juiced up. Got a cash bar, we got some cake and stuff, but it looks like it's going to be a pretty long night, and we may not know the winner of this election for several hours yet. So, Marco and Laura, back to you, and greetings from New York.
And that was our own David Jackson live at the Hilton at Donald Trump's watch party in New York City. Thanks for joining us again here at USA Today Network's Virginia Newsroom. I'm Marco Della Cava.
And I'm Laura Petracca. We are streaming live from our network's Virginia headquarters, where journalists are bringing you the latest results.
Yeah, in fact, we've got a lot more states with results in. Let's take a look at the latest tallies from around the country on our map here. Well, as you can see, the big numbers, 104 for Hillary Clinton, 137 for Donald Trump. We have a lot of states that have not been officially declared yet, and we've got a whole bunch of western states that really are still white, which means we don't have much information on them yet. And there's also Iowa, dead center, with 6 electoral votes. But obviously, some of the biggest stories here are Florida, which is shaded pink, which essentially means that it's leaning toward Donald Trump. They haven't finished counting there, but we're going to hear a lot more about that.
Let's bring in Paul Singer, a key member of our political coverage team.
How are you?
Excellent.
Having a good time?
So we're seeing lots of red on this map up here.
Yeah, so far it looks pretty good night for Donald Trump.
It does. Tell us about his chances at this point.
Well, you know, it's impossible to guess anybody's chances at any given moment, right? Because things can change. At the moment, it looks like he's got a good chance of capturing Florida, which is an important state for him. He can't win the White House without Florida. That's basically been the premise all along. The question is what happens at Virginia. Virginia is now tilting blue. It had tilted red until about 15 minutes ago. Just as I was walking up here, one of the networks was calling at for Hillary Clinton. She needed that. We expected her to win it fairly comfortably. She's not winning it comfortably, but she's winning it. That's good. Now we start to look at other places like Ohio. We thought Donald Trump was probably going to win. Michigan becomes critical now. Can he really win Michigan? This was Hillary Clinton's blue wall, they were calling it. Michigan, Wisconsin, Virginia, Pennsylvania. These were the states that were supposed to be the Hillary Clinton states that would guarantee that Donald Trump couldn't win. At the moment, some of them are looking pretty pink.
What does it say about the voting base out there, that he did a good job in getting his people to support him, obviously?
Well, it says a couple things about the voting base. One is it says that all of the pollsters and most of the reporters ignored them or misunderstood them or didn't really know what we were talking about, which is going to require a bunch of soul searching from us. How did we miss this, if this holds? Now, again, you asked me what are the chances, right? Well, the chances are, I don't know. I don't know how much pink that is. I don't know how much pink is Wisconsin. And remember, in any one of these states, 50 votes, 100 votes, 200 votes, 300 votes is enough to flip it the other way. And since electoral votes are all or nothing, suddenly it looks like a very different map with just a couple hundred votes.
And Singer, tell us a little bit about the sort of role of the anti-vote. in this campaign. So people saying, never Hillary, never Trump.
Yep.
It seems to be an interesting phenomenon.
It is interesting. And again, you ask yourself a question. Earlier this evening, President George W. Bush's spokesman said that the former Republican President of the United States did not vote for Donald Trump. He left the top line blank. That is how powerful this Never Trump movement is. Mitt Romney, the former Republican nominee, wasn't voting for Trump either. So how is it possible that the Republican establishment, people who are basically the standard bearers of this party, didn't support Donald Trump, and yet there's all this pink all over the place? Somewhere, there are a bunch of Republicans who are not George Bush Republicans, are not Mitt Romney Republicans, and are showing up. They didn't show up in our polls, but they're showing up over here on this electoral map tonight. We may be in for a very long night while this all counts out, but one of the things we're learning is that all of a sudden, there are some people out there who have not been counted before.
And Singer, maybe for our audience, you can just take a quick run through these whited out western states. How are these likely to shape up?
I always knew my 4th grade geography test was going to come in handy. One of these blue square states and one is a red square state, right? So California in the far end is blue. That's going to be a Democratic state. 55 electoral votes. That's a big deal for Hillary Clinton. We expect Oregon and Washington that stack up on top of them will also be blue states for Hillary Clinton. It's not a whole lot of surprise there. Idaho, we're almost certain, will be red for Donald Trump. Montana also red.
What about Arizona?
Arizona could be interesting. Nevada could be interesting. I think Arizona less likely, Nevada more likely. That's one that's been very competitive. Again, if the polls tell us anything, right now I'm starting to doubt my polls entirely. If the polls are telling us anything useful, Nevada is in play. Hillary Clinton has a chance there. Arizona, maybe possibly as well. Colorado should be a blue state for Hillary Clinton. We think she should be able to carry that at this point. New Mexico, I think, will stay blue. But again, some of these, Utah is the most interesting one at the moment, particularly if this gets to be, 260. Look at Utah, because there is a third-party candidate out there, a guy named Evan McMullin, who is taking enough support in the polls in Utah that he could prevent Donald Trump from winning that state. It could make a difference. Was that 6 electoral votes?
So we were talking earlier, it's unpredictable at this point. If Donald Trump doesn't win, what can we expect from him tonight? Can we expect a concession speech? What can we expect the next couple of days and even longer term?
Well, those are all good questions. I mean, at the moment, we are coming up on a little after 10 o'clock in the East Coast time zone. We're not going to have a result for a while. We're not going to have a concession speech before the 11 o'clock news from either of these candidates. It is pretty clear we're going to be here late tonight. So I don't know if we're going to see a concession speech tonight. Now, Trump today was saying he had concerns about some of the polls. He had concerns about some voter fraud. So even if he is ultimately declared the loser, there's a question about whether he's going to concede. Keep in mind, for Hillary Clinton, this is a bad night no matter what. Yeah. Because even if she wins the White House, which is still possible, her goal was to win big, and win so big that it would solve this question about a rigged election, and it would put to rest the notion that somehow she cheated. It would just be, look, everybody voted for her, she won big. Donald Trump can say, okay, look, I really did lose. If this thing is neck and neck and it's coming down to recounts in, Pennsylvania or 300 votes in Michigan, Donald Trump has a pretty good case to say, we should go look at some of these elections, go look at some of these states and see what the results were. That is going to be bad news for Hillary Clinton if she is the president-elect. Of course, really bad news for Hillary Clinton if she is not the president-elect.
Well, Singer, thanks so much for your time tonight.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Well, let's bring back Brad Heath, who we heard from early this evening. He's watching exit polls. 2-3 hours ago, we didn't have much to talk about, Brad, but now I think we do. Tell us about
we don't know what we should be talking about, right? Because the exit polls look sort of not consonant with what we're seeing on this map right here and what we're seeing as we start to look at the early county-level vote trends. So I think the one thing we've seen in the exit polls that definitely holds up, is a lot of dissatisfaction, right? Okay. You see 25% of voters who are reporting that they are angry about the way the government is working. And not surprisingly, those voters really are going for Trump. You see, I think 2% of voters that say they have a favorable opinion, or both candidates are honest and trustworthy.
Wow, that's
Only
low.
2%. more than half of voters, or fewer than half of voters now say that they strongly favor the candidate they voted for today. And a quarter of them said their principal motivation was just to oppose the other guy.
Wow.
So there's a lot of antipathy out there in America tonight, and I think we're seeing that reflected. The exit polls we've seen are still showing us a more diverse electorate than in 2012, in 2008. They're showing us a much more educated electorate. They're showing us white, college-educated women who are, making up a large share of the electorate and voting for Hillary Clinton. But when you start to drill into the counties, among other things, the exit polls were showing us Donald Trump doing about as well, not so much better among white voters than Mitt Romney did. But if you look at the whitest U.S. counties, they are voting for Trump by just an astonishing margin.
Wow.
And if you look at the counties where white men lack college degrees, they're voting for Trump 3-1. It is just astonishing. So it's hard to figure out exactly what's going on at this point.
And Brad, talk a little bit about whether you think there's any indication in these exit polls that maybe the original polls that have been out there for the last few months were missing things. Maybe people were saying one thing, but secretly when they went into the ballot were going to tick a box for somebody that...
I think there's some indication that might be right. I mean, coming into today, the best national polls had Hillary Clinton up by 3, 4, something like that.
That's right.
That's not what we're seeing now. I mean, I think you still might see, even if Trump wins Hillary Clinton with a popular vote margin, that's possible. There are a lot of big states that are still counting a lot of votes. But if you look at where the results are coming in, there are a lot of red counties. Traditionally red have voted for Republicans ever since George W. Bush won in 2000 that have become a lot more red this year.
Incredible. Well, Brad, thanks again for joining us, and I'm going to throw it over to my colleague, Laura, who's with Natalie de Blasio, our digital editor.
Thanks, Marco. So Natalie's been tracking social media all night long, and it seems that we started off the evening with people joking around a little bit, but as the race got tighter and tighter, a lot more serious posts are showing up. Can you talk us through what you're seeing out there?
That's what we're seeing. There's still some funny stuff going on and some memes and different kinds of hashtags, but now that the numbers are starting to come in, we're seeing people get nervous that their candidate won't win or excited that their candidate's doing well. We're also having some results from smaller races or down ballot races, and people are getting excited or upset about those too. So there's more facts to talk about and less kind of excitement about having voted or what the voting experience was like. But we do have some pretty interesting news. Jessica Gwynn, who's one of our reporters, got a pretty cool scoop. So by 9 p.m. Eastern tonight, more than 35 million election-related tweets went out, and that shattered the record set on election day in 2012 of total tweets, which was 31 million tweets. So that was really cool to know that we're just
so more than all tweets combined
on that day.
On that day 4 years ago. Wow.
Right. So I guess the biggest kind of news people are talking about right now, Marco Rubio winning re-election on Twitter. There is some fun stuff though. People are talking about a Trump cake. Someone made a cake that looks a lot like Trump. You can see it in Twitter Moments, or just search Trump cake and you'll find it.
All right, folks, search that out there.
And Kanye West in 2020, people are already beginning their campaign. I think they're over the stress of tonight.
Oh, I think so as well.
Right. So on Instagram, we've got the most liked photos in the last 12 hours from both Donald Trump's camp and Hillary Clinton's. So we'll start with Donald Trump's. In the last 12 hours, this is the most popular photo. I think we can project it for you, hopefully. It's Ivanka Trump's photo, and it says, "Such a surreal moment to vote for my father for President of the United States." And for Hillary Clinton, it was a Miley Cyrus post, and she wrote, "Voted today for Hillary Clinton. I'm so proud of all of you who did the same."
That's interesting because earlier a popular post for Hillary Clinton had another celebrity, right?
Right, yes, it was Demi Lovato. Yeah. So we had a couple of the posts looked similar. So the first ones we talked about before were the most popular over 24 hours. So did the most popular for 12 hours this time. Yeah. Also, so Make America Great Again is one hashtag people are using for Trump, but the shorter version of that is MAGA.
Okay.
And MAGA is a bit more popular too, so we noticed that. And then on Facebook, people are really talking a lot about the news. One trending topic is the medical marijuana amendment passed in Florida.
Okay.
So people are excited about that. And there was a shooting at a home in California And it was not at a poll, but it was close enough that it shut down or locked down schools and polling locations nearby. So there was a lot of talk about that.
So people are talking about that news, that
Right.
they were not able to vote at that location.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's kind of what we're seeing. It's getting more and more serious as the race gets closer and closer. I think that's what we're going to continue seeing later into the night.
So have either of the candidates posted anything of interest in the last hour or so, or not really?
Not really. Some people are still talking about little typos from earlier in the night, but as in the last 4 hours, there really haven't been any tweets other than campaign tweets saying thank you for your support. You know, no matter what happens. Hillary Clinton tweeted, no matter what happens, like, my team did an amazing job. But nothing that's really noteworthy, kind of what you'd expect.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you for joining us and giving us all these fantastic insights.
Thanks for having me.
Wow, what a night, Marco.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, we'll be here for a while. Next up, we'll have live video from our newsroom in Nashville, the Tennessean.
But first, let's take a look back at the biggest events of this campaign season, the national conventions of both major parties and the debates. We'll see you at 11, and thanks for watching.
Election night is the closing act of this long play that has now gone for 15, 16 months. You know, the other main event that is sort of the kickoff, we call it, to the election season really is the conventions.
In these conventions, you had two very hotly contested primaries. You had a very unconventional Republican nominee who was hardly embraced by all of his party by the time of the convention. So we really didn't know what to expect.
There was a lot of talk of major drama that could happen in conventions. We were expecting barricades at the door. People in the streets are going to be protesting and rioting either against Donald Trump or against Hillary Clinton or against both of them.
So we were really expecting almost anything, certainly in Cleveland, and to a lesser extent in Philadelphia, where the Bernie Sanders supporters were still, raising many concerns about Hillary Clinton's candidacy. There's, of course, the very poignant, emotional moment where Larry Sanders, his brother, who was able to vote for his brother.
I cast my vote for Bernie Sanders.
There was a scene of Bernie Sanders in the hall tearing up at seeing his brother able to cast his support for his then, of course, unsuccessful bid for the Democratic nomination.
One other moment that was interesting and important during the Democratic convention, I don't think we recognized at the time that it was going to be this interesting and important, was when Khizr Khan and his wife took the stage to talk about their son, who was a soldier who had died. And Mr. Khan was very critical of Donald Trump and reaches into his pocket and pulls out a pocket constitution.
Have you even read the United States Constitution? I will gladly lend you my copy.
Donald Trump reacted. He reacts in this very negative way to this very sympathetic family. This is a family that has lost their son serving the U.S. military. And Donald Trump basically questioned their patriotism and questioned their faith by saying something in a tweet about, Mrs. Khan wasn't even allowed to speak. It ended up being a story for weeks that Donald Trump had to sort of back away from and tamp down. But again, you saw a fracture appear in the Republican Party at the convention that has played out throughout the election cycle. Ted Cruz goes to the stage to give a speech and does not endorse the candidate.
I appreciate the enthusiasm of the New York delegation.
He's being booed from the convention floor. There are people shouting, endorse him, endorse him, endorse him, and Cruz refuses to do so.
I think he would have liked to look back on that convention moment where he stood in the hall against all these boos and against all this pressure to endorse Trump and stood his ground. That could have been a great commercial for a Ted Cruz presidential campaign 4 years later if Trump does not succeed, and there's a lot of recriminations against the party for those who did back Trump. Well, the Melania Trump speech on Monday was a highly anticipated moment, in part. Of course, it's the nominee's wife, so there's a lot of interest.
it is my great honor to present the next First Lady of the United States.
Very soon after, I recall, I hadn't even left the workspace. It was, midnight or 1 a.m. And you started to see this chatter on Twitter that a passage from her speech was almost verbatim taken from one that Michelle Obama had given in 2008 at the Democratic Convention.
You work hard for what you want in life.
From a young age, my parents impressed on me the values that you work hard for what you want in life.
That your word is your bond, that you do what you say you're going to do.
That your word is your bond, and you do what you say and keep your promise.
I think the Trump campaign didn't really handle this properly. Once it was clear that a portion of this had been copied from a Michelle Obama speech, they spent several days revising their answers about how that came to happen. And so every time they revised their answer, it became a new story about this. And then every time revised, it became a new story about this. And so it kept going and kept going and kept going. And it turned what was been a very nice moment for Melania into a very bad moment for the Trump campaign.
Oh, we're going to win. We're going to win so big. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Michelle Obama's speech was dramatically different, and I think changed the tenor of the election in a way that it made Michelle Obama really a star for the Democrats for this whole election season.
The shame of servitude, the sting of segregation, but who kept on striving and hoping and doing what needed to be done so that today I wake up every morning in a house that was built by slaves.
If you're advertising the Democratic brand, Michelle Obama was the perfect spokesperson. Couldn't have been better.
Two beautiful, intelligent black young women playing with their dogs on the White House lawn.
Her speech, I think, established her both that night and in the months since as probably, she's referred to as Hillary Clinton's not-so-secret weapon.
In the end, they were conventions. They were two-party conventions. The nominees who had locked up the delegates came into the conventions and won the nomination. Surprise, surprise.
Thank you, and may God bless you and the United States of America.
They gave speeches, balloons were dropped, things were said.
And we will make America great again. God bless you and good night. I love you.
welcome. Good evening from Nashville. I'm Dwayne Gang from the Tennessean with one of my colleagues, Joel Ebert. We cover politics. I'm politics editor here, and Joel's our politics reporter. Tennessee went Trump, of course, but we have some really interesting things and interesting trends that are playing out not only here in Tennessee, but across the South. And this is this really growing urban versus rural divide that we're seeing in the state. So like we're here in Nashville, this is Davidson County. Clinton carried this county, but vast parts of the state have all gone overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and pull up that map just to give you everyone a sense of what we're talking about here. So this county here is Davidson County. This is where we are here in Nashville. This went for Clinton by, we're 26-point margin right now. Of course, some of the votes are still coming in. A couple of counties over here in West Tennessee have gone for Clinton or will, and then Shelby County, we're still waiting on some results, but will most likely, it will go for Hillary. Again, these are our two biggest urban areas, Nashville here in Davidson County and Memphis and Shelby County. So as you can see, we have this really sea of red, but a really couple pockets of blue. Joel, how are you seeing that kind of play out in this race, but also the effects it's having on politics at the state level here in Tennessee? And then we can show, so this is a trend that we're seeing elsewhere in the South.
Yeah, so this has been something that's been going on for several years. I mean, the state is really tilted toward Republicans in the last 8 elections. Dating back to Bill Clinton, he was the last Democrat to win the state. It's just progressively gotten more and more Republican, and that goes to the state legislative level as well. Today we've seen some legislative races. The close ones have all gone to Republicans, really. And there were attempts for Democrats to try and stave off that landslide, and that's all kind of failed. So
what you're talking about, let's pull up another map that shows here in the state of Tennessee. So this is the 2000 presidential election. This was that, of course, that heated race between Al Gore and George W. Bush.
Al Gore being from here.
Tennessee. So you can see the number of states he won. Counties he won. He actually won 36 counties here in his home state, although he ended up losing Tennessee. Let's go on to the 2004 presidential race. This was John Kerry. Again, George W. Bush beat John Kerry in the state, but you can see Kerry still won quite a few counties in the state. By 2008, this is the Obama-McCain race. Obama won 6 counties in Tennessee. You can see them there. By 2012, that's down to 4. This is probably likely going to be what we'll see here in Tennessee this time around, again, with the Democrat winning just 4 counties, which is a really dramatic switch from the 1990s, for example, as you said, when Bill Clinton from neighboring Arkansas won Tennessee. We kind of used to be that kind of swing state.
Yeah, and this has been sweeping through the South. I mean, just today we saw the state legislature in Kentucky for the first time go Republican. I'm sorry, the House actually did. And so, you can kind of look at these local level issues and then draw them out to the state level and just see how Republicans are really continuing to dominate in the South here.
Right. So another example, let's go to another map. This is Georgia. As you can see, these are the results coming in from tonight. So where I'm hovering over, this is the greater Atlanta area, so the urban area, really pockets of blue. Other wide swaths of red in the state. We can move on to another southern state. This is Alabama, very solid red state, but you know what? We're still seeing some places where Clinton's able to gain and win. Jefferson County, that's where Birmingham's located, for example. And then one more to take a look at, Mississippi. We've got, this is still pretty early results coming in, but this is where I'm hovering. This is where Jackson, the state capital, is located. Again, we're seeing a trend as people from other parts of the country move into the South where things are more affordable, oftentimes to live, but they're moving into those urban areas, and those are creating these pockets of really solid blue in these big states that are reliably Republican. As we can see, from the overall map that we have real time coming in tonight. Let's go look one more time. These are the results so far this evening. You can see that red across the South.
I think one of the interesting things about these counties that are going red is they're not just slightly red, they are really red in Tennessee specifically. Like, we've got some counties that are voting almost 90% for Donald Trump. And, I think that just really suggests and shows that divide between the really rural areas of a state like Tennessee and the really urban areas like Nashville here. And that seemingly is only getting more, deeper and deeper red as we progress, in the last few elections.
Right. And we're even seeing that, Democrats here in Tennessee at the state level did really try to put together a really solid effort to gain some legislative seats. Right now we're seeing that that's really not going to be effective in terms of gaining any large numbers. What have you been seeing on that front?
Yeah, the Democrats tried to advance a minimum 22 women to go up against Republicans, and in every one of those races they lost. We had one Democrat here in kind of a rural, just on the outskirts of an urban area. He actually ended up losing in the state house. And then, there's just been some there's been attempts by the Republicans to pick off individual, traditionally Democratic state house seats, and those have all been, rebuffed by Republicans. So it's been an interesting thing to watch.
Back on the presidential race, we did have, let's put some additional context here for Tennessee. We were one of our Super Tuesday states. We were March 1st primary with Donald Trump. He won 94 out of 95 counties in that Republican primary, lost just one, and that was Williamson County, which is a suburban county here to Nashville, which Rubio won in the primary. Trump is leading there by, won that county by 35 point margin. But we have had some prominent Republicans in this state, both on both sides, both really strong backers of Trump, also ones that kind of on the fence, and then and then our governor who was renounced him basically.
Right, and that's kind of caused some rankle within the party. You have a lot of establishment Republicans that kind of said, no, I don't really want Trump. He's not my type of leader, and he's not an establishment kind of guy who keeps a level head. So when the governor said that caused a lot of problems for many in the state party. But as the results show, it's really kind of a one end of the Republican Party versus another end, and not necessarily a Democrat versus Republican issue here.
And then we have Senator Bob Corker. He is the currently chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, was kind of on a short list for Trump's VP pick before Trump ended up picking Pence. And now it's kind of speculated that he could be a potential cabinet member. Of course, he's been both supportive and kind of critical of some of Trump's comments. So if Trump does end up winning, we have to really watch him to see if he's going to be able to become part of a new Republican administration.
And it's going to be interesting to see how the state moves forward from this Trump election. I mean, you've got some establishment Republicans who are, they're still going to be biting their lip and trying to move forward, where people that were heavy Trump supporters are probably going to try and hold this over their heads and say, we want you out of the party. We want you out of leadership. So we'll see how it all shakes out after this election.
Right. And this urban versus rural divide in Tennessee and elsewhere in the South it's very stark here in the presidential elections, but it's definitely going to play out in other statewide races. Tennessee doesn't have any statewide races up this year, but we will in 2018. Right. And as soon as we get through today and tonight, really it's going to shift to the 2018 gubernatorial race in Tennessee, where again we'll likely see this very stark urban versus rural divide, and whether Democrats can capitalize on these urban areas in order to carry other parts of the state.
And with that being said, Democrats have a stronghold on some of the mayoral level, seats in the state. Right. So we've got, Democrats in control in Davidson or in Nashville here,
Memphis, Knoxville, and Chattanooga. The four largest cities themselves have Democratic mayors. So that is a bright spot for Democrats in this sea of red.
That is one of the few bright spots.
Right, that is indeed. So again, looking at Tennessee, these are current results coming in. Davidson County here in Nashville going to go Clinton. Shelby County, which we're still waiting on some results, will go for Clinton, but the rest of the state will go Trump. And of course, Trump has carried Tennessee in its 11 electoral votes. Just to put this into context, let's go back a little bit more because, politics, we all love these maps. Let's go back and just kind of get a sense going back further. We talked about the Clinton race in 96. This is 96. You can see how much blue there is there compared to go back to 92 again. Clinton. Won that, Bill Clinton. In 1988, this was a year George H.W. Bush was on the back, carried the state. 84, that was the Reagan landslide year. 1980, of course, Jimmy Carter.
Right.
So there's a lot of blue there. Going back to 76, you can see again a lot of blue. 72, a lot of red. That was the Nixon.
Now here's a pretty interesting one, 68.
McGovern one. And then 68, this is really fascinating. This was the year George Wallace was on the ballot, and he did carry a lot of counties in Tennessee.
And in the South in
right,
general.
Yeah. Again, 64. Again, you can see a lot of blue. 60, going back, let's go 56. Again, so what we have seen historically in the past in the state of Tennessee is something much more like what we're seeing here, is this divide between East, Middle, and West Tennessee. You can see it in this map here from 1952 very clearly. East Tennessee has historically always been Republican. It's been Republican since the Civil War. Middle, West Tennessee historically had been much more Democratic, even going back for generations. So you can just see, okay, again, 1952 to 2012, that change. It's really dramatic to see that change, and really, of course, taking and really shifting in the last decade and a half.
Yeah.
Right. So that's kind of the look from Tennessee and across the South as election results come in this evening.
As far as the third-party candidates, we don't really have a strong performance of them, historically speaking. Right now, Gary Johnson is really not doing so hot in any county. The highest he's got is about 4%, and that's in Williamson County, where there was a lot of resistance to Donald Trump. It was kind of a non-factor, despite the fact that, a lot of people in the state really didn't embrace Trump.
Right. Yeah, there was some, early on whether, Gary Johnson could have gained some drag. I don't think there was any doubt, any way he could have won a county in the state. We have had some, like we saw there in the 68 election, we did see some third-party candidates pick up some counties here and there back in the day, but it's been a while since that has taken. Again, Trump has won Tennessee, and it's 11 electoral votes, and he pretty much is going to be running the South, particularly the Deep South, this evening. So that's a look from Nashville. So back to USA Today.
Today Network headquarters here in McLean, Virginia. I'm Marco Della Cava. I'm here with my colleague Laura Petrecca. And Laura, it's turning out to be a nail-biter.
It really is a big nail-biter. Marco and I were joking earlier in the night that you really had to breathe in and out when the election races were going on, but now that's really true. And people across the country right now should just take a moment to breathe and think about how we can come together again as a nation tomorrow. And later on, we'll be talking to Joanne, who's over here, about how America can heal. And you've got some people who are feeling really happy tonight, and some people are feeling sad, and some people are feeling stressed. So,
well, and of course, it's not over yet. And let's introduce everyone here. Joanne Lippman, Chief Content Officer for the USA Today Network, and Gannett. Paul Singer, one of our ace political reporters, and Manny Garcia, who runs the Eastern region for the USA Today Network. Thanks for being with us. Sure. Manny, let's start with you. Florida just going to Trump, according to the AP. What happened down there?
In many ways, not surprising. A large part of the state conservative. The night started out very good for Clinton because Miami-Dade and Broward counties, heavily Democratic, record turnouts. So the consensus was if she gets such a big turnout, that'll help her buff what the results would be in northern Florida. But it didn't work out that way. The I-4 corridor, if you think from Orlando east to Tampa on the west, would help her too, but the numbers were just very strong to the North Florida. If you think about the panhandle of the state, very conservative, and Southwest Florida from the county where the paper I was at, the Naples Daily News, filed I-75 north to Tampa. Very large turnout, very conservative, and they just basically ran the table for Trump.
Right, and if you look at a map, it's red in that central northern part of Florida, and then it keeps going red.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you saw, because the northern part of the panhandle to the west, the polls close later because it's Central Time. So what happens is when those numbers started coming in, you just saw Trump's lead continue to increase. And even though Broward County took much longer to report, there was no way Clinton was going to make up those numbers. So the result is, in many ways, is not really surprising. Trump did very well in March during the GOP primary.
Right.
So remember that, because he really beat Marco Rubio, the state's son, in his own state, who was the incumbent senator running for president at the time, but Trump clobbered him in the primary. So this, in many ways, is just not surprising.
And of course, Marco Rubio actually winning tonight.
But if you see that race, even Rubio wins. But so where Trump wins, lifts Rubio too.
So Singer, we were just talking about Florida specifically, but let's talk a little bit about the country as a whole, the momentum that Donald Trump is gaining. Talk us through that a little bit.
Yeah, well, what we're seeing is not unlike what Manny was saying in Florida, is we're seeing a tremendously strong and a surprisingly strong turnout for Donald Trump in these red areas that we knew all along were going to be Republican areas. What is surprising is the intensity and the volume of the vote in those areas. So he is able to now have states in play that we did not think were in play. States like Michigan, states like Wisconsin. He was very close in Virginia. I believe that's now been called for Hillary Clinton. North Carolina was going to be neck and neck anyway. We thought Hillary Clinton had a lead. It looks like maybe she doesn't have a lead. Donald Trump was right where the rest of us were wrong. That is, Donald Trump said there's a bunch of voters that you don't know about who are going to turn out for me, and they're going to turn a bunch of these states from blue to red. And we thought, well, we don't know these voters. We don't see these voters. They're not showing up in the polls anywhere. Donald Trump was right.
So why weren't they showing up in the polls?
I don't know. I mean, this is the question, right? The next thing that we have to do is another one of these sort of navel-gazing reporting things to figure out, what did we do wrong? How did we miss these people? How did we not see that there were these people out there? Maybe they're first-time voters. Maybe they weren't talking to people about how they were going to be voting. Maybe it's just pockets of people who just don't answer the phone when you call to survey them. I don't know. But there's people out there we missed.
And we'll go to Joanne now. We'd love to hear a little bit about the USA Today Network, which has journalists in red and blue states, and how they've covered this election.
Yeah, well, so what's interesting about what Paul is talking about is the USA Today Network is 110 properties. USA Today, of course, is the flagship, but we've got 109 other properties across the entire country, and half of them are in traditionally red communities and half in blue. And what's interesting is we have boots on the ground, and to Paul's point, we actually did do a lot of reporting that showed tremendous strength in these red areas. We spoke to an awful lot of Trump. We did a huge piece on Trump Nation, where we interviewed Trump supporters across the country. So we were tied into the Trump supporters throughout the country. However, the national polls continued to suggest that Clinton had the lead. And so there was a disconnect between what the polls were saying and what some of our reporters were actually seeing on the ground. And now we're seeing that play out. I think another part of that is that the conventional wisdom was that Hillary Clinton has the great ground game. She's going to get people to the polls. Mm-hmm. And I think what we saw in our reporting across the network was this incredible intensity among Trump supporters, and they got themselves out to the polls.
And this was the question. The question was always going to be, would that be enough? Could Donald Trump run a campaign without the traditional ground game that generates votes just by that passion? And it looks like, as of tonight, the answer is yes. Now, whether he wins or not, we still don't know. But he clearly has proven that the ground game is not everything we thought it was.
Well, that's fascinating. I mean, it sounds like we might be seeing more people going to the polls than ever have voted before, people who traditionally stayed home.
Yeah, well, and that's the other thing is that, Hillary Clinton, as Manny was saying, there was turnout far exceeded what we were expecting for Hillary Clinton early in the evening down in Florida, which suggests that turnout may be historic around the country. Yeah. Which, again, we thought this campaign was so negative, people were going to stay home. It looks like just the opposite is happening. It was so negative, people are running to the polls to stop whatever catastrophe they think the other party is going to inflict upon them.
So no matter who wins tonight, it's pretty clear that you've got maybe half the population who's going to be upset. How do you think we move forward? We did a series called Healing America. It seems like an appropriate title for what we need to write about for the next year. How does the nation come together?
Right, so we created the series Healing America, and it will be ongoing, and I think that's going to be the #1 question once this race is called. We see how close it is, we see how divided the country is. The first piece in this series, which ran a week or two ago, looked at other countries where they've had divided elections and how do you come together. And we talked to leaders of other, elsewhere, and got a variety of pieces of advice. But, at the end of the day, whoever wins this election, that's going to be the foremost priority for them, is to unite a country that has never been more divided, and certainly in my lifetime.
And Singer, I want to follow up with that, since we're talking about coverage. People are hungry for news tonight. What types of stories are you working on this evening and your team working on? What should they turn to for information?
Well, unfortunately, at the moment, all of our stories have question marks in them, right? I mean, and I mean that we are sincerely trying to talk about what's the future of the Republican Party. What's the future of the Democratic Party? What's the future of Bill Clinton? What's the future of Mike Pence? We don't know. So we're tracking those stories throughout the night, but it really hangs on what happens at some point. But we also have stories in the field that we're working on now, like why were the polls so wrong? What did we miss? We will be no doubt doing stories again about what Florida can tell us. How is it that Marco Rubio was doing so well? Does that mean that the Republicans are going to keep the Senate because Marco Rubio kept his seat in Florida? Right? These are all things that we're going to be hashing out tonight. We do know the Republicans are keeping the House. That part we're comfortable with. The Senate is still in play, but it looks good for the Republicans. And Donald Trump, that's the big question.
And throughout the USA Today network, we have reporters on the ground, again, with supporters for each of the candidates, right? So we will get to see, if your candidate wins, your candidate loses, what's the reaction? We had done a poll shortly before the election to ask Democrats and Republicans, do you think the election is rigged? And will you support the other candidate if your candidate loses? And a substantially more Republicans said they would not, that they believed it was rigged and that they would not support the opposing candidate. So we'll see who wins, and we'll see the reaction of the other candidates. And it goes right to your question about Healing America. We've got to find a way to bring these two sides together again.
Curious, any of your thoughts on if you pull the lens back, there's these movements in other countries. You have the Brexit vote in the UK that was a shock to their system. You've got a very conservative leader in the Philippines right now. People are arguing that maybe the age of democracies is waning. That's probably taking it a bit too far. But are we part of a global trend?
Oh, without question, we are part of a global trend. I mean, historians will look back on this period and see that this was a worldwide. There's a dissatisfaction with the status quo. There's a dissatisfaction with the economy around the world. There's a fear and an anxiety among people around the world, and that is manifesting itself in Brexit and in all these other countries around the world.
Yeah, go ahead, Manny.
No, Joanne is right, and one of the studies for me that I really looked at that really hit home was the way Trump ran his campaign. It was very much of a populist, groundswell campaign. It reminded me a lot of when Hugo Chavez was alive, the way he ran his campaign in Venezuela. Very much you had to just, it's somebody's fault, I'm your guy, I'm for the little guy. And of course, if you looked at Venezuela, a country that rich, very rich country and just a lot of resources, but there was a lot of inequality. And so in some ways you see that Trump is really tapped into that feeling of a disenfranchisement and inequality in this country, but using a lot of that rhetoric that, there's got to be a blame, we've got to blame somebody. And it reminded me, especially a lot of the attacks on the press, very similar to the stuff that I covered over the years, and I had reporters cover in Venezuela.
And it is also a rejection of institutions. I mean, you see a rejection of, and you see this in data on church attendance. How many people are attending a non-denominational churches is on the rise, or in fact not churched at all is on the rise. And the relationship to sort of established churches is fading. Same with party registration. People who are registering as independents or not registering at all for that matter are on the rise. People who are registering as Democrat and Republican is on decline. People are rejecting institutions throughout because they think the institutions are either failing them or fundamentally corrupt. And so to some degree, a Donald Trump presidency is the culmination of that in this country, the kind of basically screw you in Washington, we're starting fresh with something else. And Trump's closing message is basically just throw the bums out. What do you got to lose? And people seem very interested in that.
Now keep in mind, we don't know who's won or lost yet, but I do think what we are seeing though is a surprising strength of Trump's
message.
He's upended the Republican Party. You have one guy here who's basically decided, I'm an outsider, and he's upended the whole
And it would
institution.
seem to be logical to assume that should he win, he would have to start delivering on some of those promises of draining the swamp, so to speak, and rebuilding the government. That remains to be seen if that happens.
Right. Singer, we want to ask you about that.
Keep in mind that Trump's policy positions are a little vague in some cases. Now, the way things are going this evening, it looks like Republicans have a good chance to keep the U.S. Senate. Right. They're going to keep the U.S. House Representatives. So if there is, in fact, a unified government and Donald Trump wins the presidency, they have an opportunity to do a lot of stuff. The question is exactly what things Donald Trump really does want to pursue, and we're a little unclear on that. How quickly can he build the wall, which of course was the centerpiece of his campaign? How much is going to cost? Who's got the money to pay for it? Will the difficulty in paying for and constructing a wall stop Donald Trump from pursuing it when he suddenly realizes that government doesn't actually work that way? You can't just snap your fingers and build. Those are some of the questions that it's going to take us a while to figure out what policies emanate from this, because we honestly don't know which ones he is going to make a priority and how exactly he's going to implement them, because he's been a little vague on the around the edges about the details.
Well, Joanne, Singer, Manny, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks
Thanks
you
for
as well
us.
for me.
Yeah.
We're going to wrap up, and we'll probably go back to the map very soon.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
We'd say good night, but it's obviously not good night.
Yeah, we're
for any of us.
We're all
for more
here
coffee.
for the duration. I
That's
think we're
right.
bringing in some more pizza.
Excellent. That's good news. Well, great. Well, let's leave you with. No, we were going to leave you with something.
We're just
going to go back to the map. Everyone wants to see the map.
to the
So we'll be back to that.
Yeah. Thank you again.
Thanks for having us.
Sure.
Hi guys, I'm at the Clinton party in New York City. Obviously they had thought it was going to be a victory party. Aides were very confident. We checked in with them earlier in the night and they said, you know, Donald Trump's just trying his best to get in on our votes. But as you can see now, it's kind of a lot of people are leaving. The mood is not great. The results have been coming in and they've been playing a steady stream of Hillary Clinton kind of pump up videos actually over results. So it's not a great sign. People here are sad, but no one's angry. It's just very quiet. A lot of the staff badges have disappeared. It's pretty much just guests now, and a lot of people, you can kind of hear them doing math and trying to get out. But again, like we said, the Clinton campaign was confident they'd be victorious. She had, going into tonight, a lot more chances at victory than he did, and a lot of these states are complete shock, and the margins are huge, and people in here think that. I mean, Clinton aides, I can't imagine what they're talking about right now, but she was ahead in so many of these polls that are so tight, or he's come ahead in. So again, we're here, you know, it's not over yet. They're still cheering when she wins states, no matter how small the margins are, but you can definitely tell the mood is a lot more subdued. And so I'm going to head back to you guys. Thanks so much. We'll be checking back in from here.
We're at the White House right now, where a number of people are gathering to wait to hear the election results. But earlier tonight, we were at a number of bars across D.C. where they were hosting election night result parties. Every single one of these bars was packed. People are watching, people are invested, and everyone we spoke with said that they're planning to stay glued to the TVs until the results are in. Now, it's worth noting that D.C. tends to lean blue, and Hillary Clinton already clinched D.C.'s 3 electoral votes earlier tonight. So an overwhelming number of people that we spoke with tonight are Clinton supporters. Right now, they're telling us that they're feeling scared, that they're feeling confused, and for the most part, wondering how we got here. At one point, one of the bartenders of one of the bars that we were at grabbed his staff and talked about considering closing early because he just couldn't believe what was happening, and he said the irony has worn off and that the joke just wasn't funny anymore. We still got a ways to go before the election is called, though, whether it's for Trump, but I think it's safe to say that it's going to be an emotional decision regardless of what happens. I'm here with a few supporters from both parties. We've got Thomas, who's a Trump supporter, and we've got Linda and Alexis, who are both Clinton supporters. So Thomas, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good right now. It's looking like it's going to be in Trump's favor, and anything to keep the Clintons away from the White House would be just fine.
And how are you guys doing?
Anxiety. Uncomfortable.
Yeah?
Yes.
Is that how you would sum it up?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what do you think Americans should ultimately take away from this election when it's all said and done?
To be more serious about their votes, because I feel like we all thought this was a joke. We thought that Clinton had it in the bag very confidently, but we see now that it's not as black and white as we thought.
We need to actually vote. We can't just say all these things and say that we are with her when we don't actually make the movement to go and campaign for her.
So you guys are feeling kind of frustrated right now? Yeah. And how about you, Thomas?
I think that it's not the Americans that are taking away something, it's their politicians, and they need to listen to the voice of the American people, which is saying that Washington's broken and corrupt, and they've sent a big message tonight.
Thank you so much, guys. And thank you, guys.
Give me a countdown.
Recounts of him, he had won re-election. He came out for Trump after being very reluctant.
Hello, this is David Jackson of USA Today. We're back here at Donald Trump's campaign headquarters in New York, a very happy campaign headquarters. Fox News just awarded the state of Wisconsin to Donald Trump, and he is very, very close to wrapping up the presidential election. We're here with our old friend Hogan Gidley, a Republican consultant, used to work for Governor Mike Huckabee. First question, are you surprised at how this is going down?
I'm kind of surprised. I'm not surprised. I mean, I had expected some shockers tonight. I didn't expect this, and I think a lot of folks would be lying if they said they knew this was going to happen. Even the Trump campaign, I think, would probably be shocked right now. But look, I think the RNC and the DNC, to a large degree, either chose to ignore or refuse to acknowledge how angry people were out there. And let's think about this. Donald Trump was able to navigate 16 well-accomplished, seasoned politicians on the Republican side and wrap up the nomination 7 weeks before Hillary Clinton could get through 4 candidates on the Democratic side. It's been an amazing campaign season. I don't think anyone saw this coming, but the anger is out there. He didn't use dog whistles like people accuse him of, but he spoke to the folks out there who feel like they've been punched in the gut for the last 30 years by this government, and we're seeing the culmination of that today.
You're talking about the trade and immigration issues, right? How did those play out for Trump, you think? Well, Iowa, they just awarded the state of Iowa to Donald Trump. That is not unexpected. We fully expect him to carry Iowa.
Yeah,
so.
But it's unexpected for us. I mean, this is a state we haven't won in a while. Donald Trump is turning some blue states red. Hillary Clinton was probably the only candidate on the Democrat side who could take some red states and make them blue. Donald Trump's Rust Belt message of the hardworking American man and protecting that woman and man, African-American, Latino worker is something. Everyone wants jobs. It cuts across demographics and age groups of all kinds, races. Everyone wants to be able to provide for their family. Donald Trump was the only one speaking to that from the primary through the general, and it's paying off tonight.
Well, tell me how the trade and immigration issues played into that, because those are two things he talked about a lot.
Absolutely. Look, jobs are going overseas. We've had 60,000 manufacturing plants closed in the last few years, 5 million manufacturing jobs go overseas. Our borders are porous. I saw countless women, countless men, and exit polling today. They would come out of their precinct and they would say, "Why did you vote the way you vote?" They said, "Jobs and security. I don't feel like this country's safe anymore. We have too many people coming in." We've seen a massive increase, sadly, in terrorist attacks on our own soil. That's the problem, and people are voting their safety, security, and the economy.
Also, the Democrats are starting to blame Jim Comey. You know, the FBI director announced a couple of weeks ago they were reopening the email investigation into Hillary Clinton. Now, they closed that last weekend. How big a factor was Comey?
Blah, blah. It's a lot. Look, I understand that. That was a major factor, though I don't want to say it wasn't, because Comey shifted the narrative. It was all about Donald Trump and Billy Bush on a bus, and all of a sudden that came to a screeching halt, and the Comey investigation put Hillary on the defensive for the first time basically in the entire campaign. It was a referendum on Donald Trump and his temperament. It turned to Hillary Clinton and her lies and deceit and corruption. That's what turned this election.
You think Trump is going to pull it out?
I'm not sure, but I mean, if he can somehow win Georgia and one of these blue states, one of these Rust Belt states, it's over.
How do you think he would govern? Last question. What kind of president would Donald Trump be?
Anybody who wins this race is going to have a very difficult, divided nation to deal with and a very vitriolic Congress to deal with as well. Everyone wants their own thing without compromise. It's going to be tough for anybody, but if he can make trade deals internationally and he can make deals to get buildings built in cities that typically are difficult to happen, that's going to help him out.
Thanks, Hogan. Well, thank you. It's David Jackson with USA Today. Back to you guys in the studio from a very happy Trump headquarters.